gates to Balmoral, and look, we've certainly seen cars come and go, an increase in police presence as well. But there are a lot of back roads through the Scottish Highlands here as well. Burkhall, which is where Prince Charles stays when he lives here, is about 10 minutes drive down the road on a back road. But I think there'd be back paths as well between the two homes that he would be able to use if he wanted to. And that royal helicopter that they've got as well. The Prince William and the Cambridges often use to ferry them from Kensington Palace to the airport to go on holidays and to go on an engagement. It's how the Queen has travelled up here in the past as well. You know that she has used the chopper to go from Windsor to Buckingham Palace. That's how she travelled in during the Jubilee back in June as well. So there's lots of ways to work in this the country out of the life without needing the public seeing them. And this is a very private moment. It's a very private moment for this family. The Queen, at 96 years old, has been not just a constant presence in my life, in your life, but in the lives of everyone who is surrounding her right now, whether it's the doctors or her children and grandchildren. They have only known a world like us with the Queen as a constant impact. And for that reason, this is a little bit different for them when you add in the family. Conveys her opinion because yeah, didn't they? What she thinks is Labour China, back when Henry Harry were involved in the coup, public coup, of course, between the palace and their own office over the events surrounding leaving the royal family, there was a line that was in the palace.
cool.
And somebody from the BBC tweeted something and deleted it. The Parliament was announcement due at 4 o'clock. Hard. No, you're fine, you're fine. No problem, sir. It could be a practice, but apparently there's a announcement coming at 4 o'clock.
Okay, what's the time now?
40 past.
Can you remember it?
I was.
From London. We just wanted to see you. We just have a look. Good for us.
Good for us, yeah. I was here 2 days ago.
For Johnson and
Johnson, yeah, they both went in the back.
I'm surprised they're all suffering now.
It was worse on Tuesday.
Oh, right. Oh, so that's even the draw. Yeah. Oh, okay. Bauer. Okay, yeah, no Bauer.
So you've got more coming different.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch.
Wow. Why Perth? Why not here or here? We managed to get one half an hour away. I don't know what it cost, but a couple of bits. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, did you ask for the price?
No. Doesn't bother me as long as I get paid.
Are you based in Edinburgh?
I'm based in Aberdeen.
Oh,
We've got one in Aberdeen.
it's an hour,
Yeah, about an hour and 10, but the roads were really bad.
Really?
Oh yeah, water was really, really bad. So about an hour and a half. You couldn't really go much quicker than 30, 35 because you're just driving through puddles of water constantly.
Oh, really? The road from Perth was alright, was it?
It was just 10 minutes before it kind of stopped and kind of getting past kind of a volume area. Yeah, you could barely see anything. I think we've got more people coming through.
I think there's a hot wind. Tomorrow this was really
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was busy around on Tuesday. People coming out.
this is going to be massive.
People from the world, isn't it?
Yeah, wait until the night.
It's interesting, I was here on Tuesday speaking to people down there, and I reckon it's more than half of the people that were just here watching what was going on. There was quite a lot of Canadians, a few Aussies, and not many Scottish.
Why? Oh, it would make sense. There's another big shop there.
already in Scotland as well. So the Queen's two eldest children already here to be with her, and Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, along with Sophie the Countess of Wessex, William, Harry and Meghan all thought to be making their way up As Sarah said, we're not expecting an update from Buckingham Palace officially. I don't think we'll get any sort of update, certainly until everyone in the family who needs to be here is here. And then if there's a change in Her Majesty's condition, then only then I think we will be told. So, as we've spoken about over the course of the last couple of hours, these are intensely private moments for this family, as they were in April last year. Philip passed away. This is a little bit different this time. This is the Queen at Balmoral, who is in a concerning level of health, according to her doctors, and is under medical supervision. The Queen has been in such good health for 70 years, throughout her entire reign, and at 96 years of age, I think anyone can see that she's done very well. Saw those pictures a couple of days ago, standing up with a walking stick by the fire in the drawing room at Balmoral, carrying out her constitutional duty on behalf of the nation.
Hi, buddy. You what? I'm live, yeah. You guys good?
What?
You guys good?
Sky, who are you with?
Reuters. I'm afraid you don't get that shot.
Um,
I think you need to be there and not just under the steps here.
yeah.
Did you see saying something that the crew camera are going to be here? or
Yeah,
something?
I think if she dies.
Once it,
Worst case scenario, you know. Yeah. I couldn't quite get my act together for this. First people move. Where did you get that umbrella?
Braemar.
It's pretty cool.
That was all we had.
All right. Bit wet. Well, give it half an hour and you will do the same.
Well, I'm still wet from Tuesday when we were up here.
All right. I took it to pool then.
Yeah, prunage. Gentlemen, we're going to have prayers here.
well,
Stop,
I mean,
what's your-
in a couple of hours, we're going to have the whole situation going to move because we've got all our family positions. But until that is triggered,
So in a couple of hours, what's going to happen?
once such times, they get set up, organised,
Oh, the tree
all
around.
will be clear up,
Oh, okay.
but once
standard for me.
Yeah, go around there, you're fine.
Are you moving?
Yeah.
You're moving, are you? You're moving.
Yeah, because this is a big decision.
So where you were? Two people?
Balmoral, what are you doing?
Not bad.
Have you seen anybody
on,
going?
Yeah, we came with
I
helicopter.
haven't got a booking in yet. We're just gonna
We had one helicopter around
Cool.
11:30.
That's port two,
You
yeah?
hear the helicopter?
Nice one. Okay, I'll give a shout
And
back. Okay.
I've been here since, but all the cars coming and going were empty.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being sneezed right in front of you. Yeah, sure, you can do it.
apparently it's heard about it. It might not be true, but
I'll double check.
nothing.
Yeah, I can hear you now, yeah.
It could well be nothing, but it's just what I've heard. So.
So look at this.
Yeah, we're speaking about this level between yeah. I'm hearing you. Well,
live shot, we had one from probably we're getting that in a bit for us. Because currently, the stand-up position is half a bit
Are you getting some fish and chips?
No, wait, the film's coming at half 8, we can do all that then.
It's a little bit.
Sorry.
I can hear you, yeah. You see and hearing me?
He's one of our senior producers.
I might actually do this one because we are going to stay forever, aren't we?
So we'll just keep
Yeah,
doing
we
that,
We get to go and get some stuff.
Great.
Anyway,
Alright, cheers.
I've heard it just landed soon.
Thanks.
So,
Bye.
Princess Landed.
well, with Sussex.
Don't know which one it's got. We've got to be either half one or half one.
We're going to lose light at 8. And then this is going to be pitch black.
Yeah.
With one lamp.
I think it gets me nice. What was the big deal about the new engine thing?
About the what?
The new engine thing? Yeah, how you
You guys
doing?
got any idea if there's anything actually going to happen, or are they just going like the back door?
They're already in by helicopter.
Yeah, well, that's what we kind of guessed.
Are William and
Very
Harry
fun.
are they dropping as well, are they?
They're all on the way.
I think they're already there. I think it's just arrived out of Ibiza, but I never can do it.
Yeah. We'll see them anyway.
You're in.
Huh?
You're in. And you go out and then you go back in.
We're literally living across the road, so we just walk across there's a little footbridge. You walk across and that's
Well, that house there.
No, so you go
Once you
into
go, I know where the footbridge is.
yeah, so go into that footbridge and then just like onto the road and then go on the road.
Oh, right.
Then we'll be able to see
Tomorrow you will be more interesting.
I think tomorrow.
Tomorrow will be, you won't see so many crews in your life.
You think?
Misery fair.
They're all on their way. And 10
Oh,
up.
we might start making coffees and teas and stuff.
Please do.
If you say have a toilet, I'm sure you can charge for that too.
And I will charge for the gas. The gas got 10 beds.
Rolling. That's another one.
Do you right?
We could do the lot. Double A batteries, they're coming handy.
Power banks.
A few pretty penny. Oh, I'll link you guys to it. I'll see you
Alright.
later.
Cheers. And also, make sure you get cash up front. I know some of these people.
After running, you know how many people are on their way now. Huh?
How lucky are you? Oh, unlucky. Hey? Imagine that.
Do you hear the prior to this? Just comment.
Dennis never beat, so it's part of the pattern. So you were thinking, show me where things will happen. If we were here, we were already here. In fact, we were ready to go. We were just about to go down the balance. We were ready to go, and we said, don't leave. Everyone else is coming.
That's the like that, isn't it? Well done. A kiss of death, maybe. That's it.
I'll tell you what, it's knocked my bloody squirrel picture out. Up to there, the rest of us was still jumping. That was going to be my
There's a white bridge.
Did you get anything out?
It's standing on security.
You could go for like secret guidance level for the locations. That would be a bit harsh.
hasn't been much movement at the gates of Balmoral itself, Dermot. They are on their way via Aberdeen Airport, but in terms of this location west of Aberdeen, there hasn't yet been much coming and going. I would expect that to change in time. The first sign today that anybody had an inkling that things aren't great was Prince Charles's non-departure from the Balmoral estate. He was due to attend a public event in Lanarkshire. The helicopter would have transported him went in, but we understand it didn't leave with him on board. So that was the first sign locally that all was not as it should be. Then, of course, there was that statement from the palace talking about concern for Her Majesty's health. The statement said that she is comfortable, and of course, this is a part of the world, this is an estate, Balmoral, at which she is extremely comfortable. She enjoys at this time of the year. She is spending summer holiday this year, as she has done throughout her life. And people who come across her, if they meet her and deal with her, they say that it's where she
just need, I just need to, when I come,
her soul, they say. People who have seen her recently, in recent days and weeks, they talk about her being in
we can charge everything.
when she met and appointed Liz Truss as Prime Minister. They met, of course,
And
in
the Jenny is working.
I'm told
huh?
that in the
True,
preamble,
we just need to.
I've got a few pin plug for the car as well.
I got the plug as well. If you bring an extension lead, that would be
she was
helpful.
in good humour, smile for her press
Like a
secretary.
5 meter or so we can put it into the car and charge it in the car and leave the Jenny out and just, you know, leave a little bit of that on the window, and then we buffer this until, you know what I mean?
Bucketing down here. Liz Truss's plane couldn't land.
So I'm just saying, let's just suspend it.
That would be remarkable.
Actually,
Of our money.
you should get this.
She was using a stick that day, but we've seen the picture. She was all smiles, and again, people who were there and who met her in person said that she was in jovial mood. But clearly, her condition.
I think we should rent a camper van and just see it here.
Have the statement from the palace that there is concern for her health, but that she is comfortable.
It's normally it's you book it for the week, like for the people. It's normally Friday check-in, Friday. They left early, so the 7 years ago.
Where is that?
It's an hour away, so if people are you can stay there if you want. If you think it's quick, eh? I'm such a nice guy.
Cool. I have to go to back curve. I have all my stuff in it.
Oh, right.
Actually, I do like the road tour. I really have to thank the policeman. I wish I had some movement in the picture.
well to do it with a slight delay so that they can
We've already checked out your regs and everything.
They checked me out. I wasn't announced before.
Looks like they've just landed on the road now and adding it.
Okay. Aber wir gehen nicht stoppen. If they come by car.
Yeah, if we come by car, I need to be down here. And if we don't come by car, I don't know where I need to be.
Well, apparently there's a back entrance.
Oh, the state's massive. I mean, to be honest, not that they're going to do this, but if they wanted to come in via the next door neighbours, it would be like about 100-mile drive that they could just move them back. You know, it's just,
Is the estate that big?
the next thing, the two estates together, right over there, and it's massive. The neighbouring estate probably ends up in Angus somewhere.
It's ridiculous.
So if you had to drive that way, you'd have to drive right around half the campground. So, about 100 miles.
They've got anything left to do that.
It's just...
I think they're chopping it.
I think of it.
Chop it. Yeah, as quick as they can. But they can't do something.
I think it's already happened. That's why everybody's so... The fact that, that sign get turned around, they couldn't even work that one out.
It was just about manageable on Tuesday because Kevin had relatively good practice team, but it's all ready on the international press
Like burning them into the
and
pictures.
after them, so
The guy came down there.
What?
There's a whole entry sign there.
Yeah.
It's no longer there.
So what? Will they put a note on the gates to that?
I don't know if they do it here, but they'll do that at Hollywood and they will do it at Buckingham Palace.
Or will they do it here?
I don't know the answer to that.
We don't know yet.
Don't know that. But then we need to we need to let us up.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, just even for us, so 3 photographers around here, three here, 2 there. And we don't have that many people. There's only one Norman in Scotland.
Oh, the drivers.
All right, cool.
According to the BBC, 7 members of the royal family were on that flight. 3 big black taxi cars waiting for them on the runway, and bankers behind them. Kate's not coming with you.
With the kids, yeah. With the kids.
That's the smell great. Give me something great there.
And we as well.
They might get the off tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, 7 days. We'll be the only people working, there'll be 7 days off.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to be bothered.
Yeah, but that's... You can sell your dog, isn't it? If you want. They'll come out for tips. So the same time that we were here, our boy turned up and said, "Did you know Gary?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm such and such a son." He goes, "I told him about getting last time because I need me for anything." And so, first thing he said was, just like that. And then on the back, he goes, "Oh, this would be important, get this Scotland." Backwards and forwards to the car, I can't get this, I can't get this. And then he goes, and I could tell definitely something, because if that's the first thing you say, he's also been told before, just don't even that's how you do it. So the police. I better go round there now, so I've got to do that. Sorry about that. We'll be here all night anyway.
I know, exactly.
What?
If you like that or not, or if you honoured me with a compliment. No. It's like a Craig's wedding. It's like a Craig's wedding. What matters if she doesn't like it? What are you thinking?
Colleagues already took my advice. I can give you my take again.
No, it's what they've got. They've got it. I just got.
Okay, there's a gentleman in the 4x4 pickup truck.
Took it.
Took it 4
Aye.
hours ago.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I've got a list of who I've got, but the ones that I don't know who's who. So,
All right,
perfect,
no
aren't
worries.
you?
Yeah, I mean, would I be using any today, kind of coming and going?
No. Mitsubishi or Kia? No, it's none of yours. Okay. I'm a Ford. Alright, what kind of price have you got?
Okay, that was our cocktail action then. Under the post office.
Yeah, I know what you're getting.
Yeah, near solid is the one on it.
Yeah, sure.
It comes over the
Hey,
bridge.
it's gonna be.
You turn
It's gonna
right,
be a
then
cut
you
down.
walk, and it's just the bend. The top of just the bend, and there is this only little building at the end, and under that, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't need shots of something. As long as you do it probably needs a meeting of trust as well, doesn't it? And maybe there's still pictures from Tuesday. You know, that big picture with her leaning over. In fact, maybe that's the top shot. Not that piece. You know the ones I'm talking about. What time are we thinking of? I'll go in front of it. I'll go in front of the water a little bit. Submit that. Probably sprinkle something. All right. Cool. Good. I just have to be. towards the Balmoral estate behind me. So far, we know that Prince Charles is on the estate, but the others we expect to arrive in due course. I love my helicopter all by road. It's a well-travelled route from Aberdeen Airport along the A93 west towards the Balmoral estate, a place where the Queen comes at this time every year. And it's interesting that Harry and Meghan are due to arrive. That, of course, was not on their schedule to begin with. They were due to attend an awards ceremony in London this evening as part of their mini European tour. They had been invited, it was reported several weeks ago, to attend a big sleepover held on the estate this evening. Grandchildren, great-grandchildren. So they had been invited to spend time with Prince Charles, but that wasn't on the card until the news broke earlier this morning. So clearly, in new circumstances, perhaps soap opera is taking second place. But they're expecting the rival. The Queen has said, despite this concern for her medical needs, she was in good spirit on Tuesday. I know from those who were in her company that when she met Liz Truss, she was in fairly jovial mood. She had a smile for her press secretary and photographer who took those pictures that we saw those stills on Tuesday of the incoming Prime Minister. She commented about the weather. Bucketing down here in Balmoral right now, it was bucketing down there. She commented on the dark skies over Aberdeenshire. So she's in good form on Tuesday. She has been out and about in recent weeks. She has been seen pictures of her lady in waiting at Glen Mick, one of her favourite spots. She has a cottage on Última at Glen Mick. You can see that next spot at lunch. She's been seen walking the colliers as well in the Balmoral estate, also lunching, picnicking at her mother's old fishing hut on the banks of the New. So she has been active out and about in the colliers with and without a stick. And those who saw European in recent weeks told me that she actually looked happier and healthier than she had done perhaps a couple of weeks ago. So, notwithstanding eventual demise for 36 hours. So, there is concern, clearly, Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland's First Minister, she's added her thoughts. She's profoundly concerned about the magnitude. But as is stressed in that statement, she has said she's comfortable in a part of the world that she enjoys. This is the annual summer holiday fish show, and the Queen a couple of years ago that I'm told the engine was running. She was about to make it back down south. The cases were packed. She was gazing out the window with a look of regret at what she was leaving behind, commenting to somebody I'll have to stay here a bit longer next time. So it's a place she loves, a place where she feels very comfortable, genuine, habitat.
The last one.
So Jane, thanks for this. I was last press gathering for any news that emerges about I want to go to our deputy seats in the central lobby at the House of Parliament. And Sam, of course, on today, politicians should have been digesting that energy support plan unveiled by Liz Truss and the government this afternoon. Of course, that was interrupted. We saw in the House of Commons itself as the news spread that now everyone, all the politicians are digesting the situation with the Queen's health.
wird hier verrechnet. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello?
He's basically not going to leave until that's like alright. I know, yeah. I think it's and the others understand about it. They've got to get yeah, he is definitely not here before 5. I think you should, but as soon as you get here, I will let you know. Alright? Alright, good. Well, if there is an announcement at half, they won't be ready to go. It's clear and live as well.
How long is that?
Half an hour. He's not necessarily going to be here at 5. So we're basically, whenever we are live and we go on until, I think, until 9 p.m.
I was till 10.
You're here till 10? We'll be packing up around that time.
What? Send me a picture of you in the bar or something.
I won't do that.
Seen that before.
Who else is doing the Royal Rescue?
Huh?
Who else is on the Royal Rescue? The sheep?
On our photographer. I was here yesterday evening and I came back this morning just to, have a look.
Get your bearings.
My bearings, did a light test, and then I stayed like 2 days.
Yeah, of course.
You could send one of the send that was the other one then? One that you had, can you just put it there on this thing?
Whereabouts? I'm here.
Yeah. Are you doing the media?
It's not raining.
You doing the media shot?
No, I'm just going to wait for the
Oh, right.
I'm not really sure what's happening.
That's impressive. Okay. Yeah, you're fine.
Sending a video.
Yeah, there should be imminent.
Sorry.
You're saying a big show off.
For Sky, the one with the money. It's almost at 5 now.
Sky says there's a big space for it, so
Thank you.
we can just say sound properly.
I'm obviously not going to get the other people. I can just see that there's more noisy or coming. Oh yeah, it's the other issue. Also, if did you say you will be later? Not far later.
It's very fluid. I wouldn't say he's presenting, but he's in the left.
All I want to know is what your technique do I need to have that sorted, you know what I mean?
I think it'd be a good idea if Jackie gets here at 8 p.m. she'll present.
Yes and no, because obviously the rain you get the
I
moment.
know.
You just arrived when you're already moaning. How? It's really nice when it runs down your arm. Yeah. That cools you down. Yeah. I'm not really worried about myself.
He's got an umbrella.
Oh, right. What?
Right.
Great dog.
Can I get anything else in the van so we can get my kit?
being Prime Minister, and then she left an impression, didn't she?
Yeah, we're coming up, yes. River's coming up this night. Yeah. It's ready. It's coming up onto the
Look like one security guys. Always go first. Hi, this is Jerry. Can you hear me? You are recording me. Okay, apparently the part of the voice only imminent. Okay? Bye. Silly question, but blue car is black. Yes, fine. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. No worries. All right. You're fine. Hello? Yes. No, I need to mark out. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, yes. Yeah, then it's too long now. On the other side, not in the camera room, but in the other showroom, probably, yeah, I don't know. For what camera then? What camera? Okay, yeah. There should be something in bar cupboard, or in the storage, I hope. Yeah.
that's me, hello. Here I am. Okay, so I'm just doing a bit of tweaking to my camera. I've got the CNC icons coming in. Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. That's fantastic. How about me? Can you hear me okay? Hear me okay? Yeah? Thank you so much. Alright, thank you. Cheers. Ooh. What exactly?
I mean, have you got this?
It's not amazing. We're on a line here as well. It is.
Peter,
So I mean, technically we are supposed to have
I put the phone in something on that again. I have a, mate, I have a Starlink, I have a Jenny, I have a Largy, you know? The only thing I didn't have, which now Marco is doing, is a full V-Log battery. I still only have the small one. But that is
Obviously, they're not going to go fast here, are they?
more batteries would be great.
Can you get it in shot?
Yeah, I can. It's just
The fiber would be great, and the 150 battery, and that shitloads of those.
I do. Oh, sorry.
Alright. Thank you. For London as well, not only for Scotland. No. For London as well. No, I'm not joking.
can, yeah.
Well, if you bring this together and then paint my picture, it will
As tough as I can do. I mean, I don't know how long I could. There's not much. Yeah.
No,
I'll just see what we know.
I feel that then. I've just been doing technical stuff. I'm hoping Minnie has that information together for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I know exactly. When you pass out, we'll cross the bridge and then have to do those but they're on the back of them. So just tell me when you get here and I'll send it in. Alright. Yeah, do that. Okay, just get ready. Get ready. Yes. Okay.
Other entrances to the estate, but one would expect a motorcade like this to arrive through the main entrance. The road here can be slow at this time of year. It's still heavy with tourists and it is quite windy. The weather, of course, is also quite poor today here in the north of Scotland, but one would anticipate the royal household to arrive here at around 5 o'clock, perhaps a little after. Of course, this is an area where which the royal family knows well. It is an area that the Queen is extremely fond of. She's been coming to the Balmoral estate since she was a child. She spends almost every summer here. She arrived this year, mid-July, so she's been in residence for a little over 8 weeks. It is an area where she is said to feel most at home, and certainly it's very secure, secluded, and extremely peaceful. The family is known to have barbecues here. She goes for long walks in the hills. She's been known to pass members of the public from time to time, and indeed, people who live in this area are extremely fond of the Queen. When I have spoken to people in the neighbouring towns and villages in the past, they have talked of her as being their neighbour. They're extremely protective of both Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family. Crathie Kirk, she's a member of the congregation, is just a few hundred metres down the road. The minister there, when last I spoke to him, told me some anecdotes of her time here. She regularly attends the local church fete. In fact, one year, one of the congregation spoke to her in the local dialect here, which is known as Doric. And the Queen replied in kind. She knows the local dialects spoken by people here in this Aberdeenshire area. So she loves this area, and people who live in this area in turn are very fond of her. We saw her, of course, in those pictures a little earlier this week on Tuesday when she met the outgoing and incoming Prime Ministers. She looked in good form. She was smiling in those photographs, but ordinarily this is not a place where she performs public and official duties. This is a very private place for the Queen, and a place which she is said to cherish.
Okay, Lorna, thank you. Lorna Gordon, our Scotland correspondent there, live outside Balmoral, where the rain is lashing down. You're watching this BBC News special on the significant health concerns of a team of doctors who are taking care of the Queen at Balmoral. We just heard the latest there from an estate that is relatively secluded, certainly, compared to our next location, where Damien Grammaticus is standing by at Buckingham Palace. Damien, the news a little bit earlier on today that the doctors in Scotland were concerned about the Queen's health, coming as Liz Truss was making a rather important statement concerning the future of energy bills. That, of course, insignificant now, given the gravity of the situation we seem to be experiencing with Her Majesty.
Well, certainly overshadowed, I guess, by that announcement from the palace here. I should say that rain clouds have just blown through here too, and you can probably see all the umbrellas that people gathered here. I mean, earlier today, the usual visitors, tourists here, and as that announcement came from the palace, the news sort of spread through crowd here, and there was concern here. Concern too from just down the road in the Palace of Westminster, the House of Commons. The announcement or the news obviously sort of spread through the chamber as that debate about energy policy was happening. New Prime Minister Liz Truss was there, the leader of the opposition was there, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, was there. They were very quickly briefed and have then released statements, all of them, all repeating similar things, all saying, as Liz Truss did, that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace, and extending thoughts of people across the UK with Her Majesty and her family. Sir Keir Starmer, same thing as well. He said he, along with the rest of the country, is deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace. Sir Ed Davey, the whole nation's thoughts and prayers with Her Majesty the Queen, both of them saying everyone was hoping for her recovery. That debate obviously ongoing, or went on into the afternoon, but as you say, attention is very much focused onto the Queen, her health, the royal family, and other prime ministers who served under her then came out and have also been sending their thoughts at this time. So Tony Blair, and he came out, David Cameron came out. What we've heard this afternoon is simply from Downing Street, so across St James's Park here, Downing Street not very far away. The Prime Minister's official spokesman, he has simply said this afternoon that Liz Truss is now working in Downing Street. There will be no more updates said from Downing Street itself about any communications with the palace. Updates will come from the palace, and no plans for the Prime Minister Liz Truss to travel to Scotland today or tomorrow.
Okay, Damien, I mean, the Queen has dealt with 15 Prime Ministers through her long reign, the first Sir Winston Churchill, and of course she invited Liz Truss to become Prime Minister just this week. She's not only been a constant in the social life of this country, but also in the political life of this nation as well.
Yes, exactly, absolutely, and right back, as you say, to Winston Churchill, her first Prime Minister through the 70 years that she's been on the throne. 15 Prime Ministers, as you say. I think at that same time, a dozen US presidents have passed through office as well. Those 15 Prime Ministers have been used to that constant presence with the Queen, coming here for weekly audiences at Buckingham Palace. The guidance, the audiences they've had with her have been a feature throughout, and we know that has been, I think, an important, part of those prime ministerial offices, the guidance she could give, the experience that she could bring to bear, and the relationships that she built, and also the relationships that she's built around the world, because she obviously has been a highly travelled monarch, head of state of 14 other countries, crucially important role in places like Canada, Australia. That rain is really coming down now, so you may well hear it on our shelter here. So important, yes, absolutely important role in the political life of this nation, but also of many other nations too, and of course 54 nations of the Commonwealth too. So countries spread across the Caribbean, Africa, and beyond. And in all of them too, I'm sure the situation now, the Queen's health being watched very closely and with real concern.
Indeed. Okay, Damien, thank you. Damien Grammaticus reporting for us live as the heavens open there at Buckingham Palace. Good afternoon. You're watching BBC News. It is just after 5 o'clock, and the top story, of course, is that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral in Scotland after doctors became concerned for her health. And we've had a statement from Buckingham Palace, which was released earlier this afternoon, which said that the 96-year-old monarch was placed under supervision after further evaluation, but she remains comfortable. The BBC understands that all 4 of her children are either inside the grounds of the Balmoral estate in Aberdeenshire or are travelling there. That's the plane that landed within the last hour or so with members of her family, arriving on an RAF plane there in Scotland to be by her bedside. We know that Prince Charles has travelled to the estate with the Duchess of Cornwall. In the last hour, that's the plane that landed there. And on board was the Duke of Cambridge, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Prince Harry is also on his way, we understand, to Balmoral, but he's travelling without his wife, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. Well, throughout the day, reactions have been pouring in, with the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news of the Queen's health. And she said her thoughts and those of everyone in the UK are with the Queen and her family. This was just 2 days ago, of course, when the new Prime Minister was officially asked by the Queen to form a government at Balmoral, Miss Truss becoming the 15th Prime Minister of the Queen's reign. And of course, that event taking place not in London, as would normally be the custom, but in Balmoral, in Scotland, due to the Queen's health. Well, the day started as planned with a statement from the Prime Minister on a package of measures to help people with soaring energy bills. It was the biggest announced in post-war history. But as the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, set out her plans, the debate was interrupted with the news of the Queen's health. And the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, interrupted proceedings to send the best wishes of everyone in Parliament.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, just to, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you.
Speaker of the House, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, speaking a little earlier. We've had some reaction coming in from the White House. The President's thoughts are on the Queen. That is from the United States. These pictures of the members of the royal family who've arrived on that private plane, that RAF plane, in the last hour or so, and those are the vehicles arriving there at the Balmoral estate. We understand with members of the close family of the Queen there to be by her bedside. The rain lashing down at Balmoral there, the Queen having been there for quite a few weeks now. And as I say, she has been having mobility problems, it's been pointed out, and unable to take part in a number of engagements. Our royal correspondent Nick Witchell is here with me.
What a bleak
the vehicles
day,
there, yeah.
What a bleak day, both here in London and at Balmoral. The rain lashing down those 3 vehicles which have made the journey from Aberdeen Airport. We saw them there moving in through the main gates of Balmoral Castle. So the family now is really together. Prince Charles and Camilla have been there for some hours because, of course, they live nearby at Birkhall. The Princess Royal also in Scotland at Balmoral at the moment, so she has been there for some hours. But now the rest of the close family, the other children, the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex, they were in those vehicles. And the Duke of Cambridge, travelling without his wife Catherine, who has remained in Windsor to be with their 3 children, who started school today. No sign of the Duke of Sussex so far. He is travelling separately, as we understand it. It's not quite clear how. There was a scheduled flight, I think, arriving in Aberdeen just a few moments ago, but it's not clear whether he was on that or whether he's made his own separate travel arrangements. But so the family is together. There is no sign of any further information from Buckingham Palace, or no suggestion that they will be anything in the next little while, but I would imagine that they will need to say something because the level of interest, the level of concern, we're not just talking about this country. This is a story that is dominating headlines around the world and which is eliciting expressions of concern from political leaders in just about every major country. This is a monarch, a head of state, longest reigned, longest living in our history, but this is somebody who is greatly respected and admired by other heads of state and other politicians in every part of the world.
Indeed, you talk, Nick, about that concern globally. I mentioned a little earlier the White House's press secretary, Joe Biden's press secretary. Apparently he has said his thoughts are with the Queen and her family. Justin Trudeau of Canada has tweeted, "My thoughts and the thoughts of Canadians across the country are with Her Majesty the Queen at this time. We're wishing her well and sending our best to the royal family." That's the tweet from Canadian Prime Minister there, Justin Trudeau. The family are now gathered at Balmoral, a place that is a little bit more secluded and offering a measure of more privacy, perhaps, than Buckingham Palace. And I suppose it's a place that the Queen has loved and adored for such a long time now, and perhaps the place where her doctors, who are concerned about her health, perhaps where she is most comfortable, one might argue.
Well, it's certainly a place that offers considerable peace and tranquility, as Lorna Gordon was saying just a few moments ago. It is a favourite place, a favourite residence of the Queen. She has known it since her childhood, and I think that she will have really been very determined and keen to get there for her extended summer break after a period when her health clearly has been questionable. She'd been unable, as we know, to get to some of the significant events in the Jubilee, and I'm quite sure that she was looking forward to an opportunity just to get away up to Scotland. And we mustn't forget her Scottish roots. Her mother was Scottish. Yes. She feels a great affinity with Scotland. We speculated earlier about her undoubted private concern about the state of the Union. That is something that is very close to her heart, but very close privately to her heart, because she, above all, would recognise the constraints of her constitutional position. She would never express a view on that, but I think it was very important to her to feel that the United Kingdom would remain the United Kingdom. But look, this isn't an afternoon to be going in that direction. It is an afternoon to be considering the current state of her health. On that, we are unable to share any further information beyond that which Buckingham Palace put out just before lunchtime. This unprecedented statement from her doctors, notwithstanding that it is now some months since there was a change in direction in her health, excuse me, last October, when she undertook light duties, when she was advised to rest. And we have seen much less of her since last October, throughout this summer, much less of her during the Jubilee and so on. But throughout those many months, the palace, the doctors have never felt it necessary to indicate that her state of health was giving rise to concern. Now, they don't use that word lightly. If they say they are concerned, then it is clear that something of deep concern has happened or has changed. There are rumours, but nobody knows actually what has happened, other than the members of the medical household, the members of the royal household who are there, and now the family members who are inside Balmoral Castle and who one assumes are at the Queen's bedside and being brought up to date with what the latest situation is. I think, as I was saying a moment or two ago, the fact that there appears to be no consideration being given to moving her to hospital, that would be the treatment, significant treatment that is being contemplated. Whatever it is that is being done, we must assume is being done at Balmoral Castle. And we can assume, I think, very safely that the medical household will have ensured that all the sort of medical arrangements that might be necessary will have been made, that contingency plans will have been thought through, so that whatever it is, whether it is the episodic mobility issue, which has clearly been troubling her, which prevented her from travelling down to London for the appointment of the new Prime Minister, or whether there is and has been some underlying condition that they have never actually described or shared with us, as must be the suspicion, I think, but we do not know, because quite rightly the Queen's health is regarded as a matter of which is due patient confidentiality, and which is entitled to patient confidentiality, and which is essentially a private matter. Yeah. So that, you know, is the situation. The other members of the family have arrived. We saw them sweeping into Balmoral just a few moments ago, and we just await whatever further news may emerge. And I stress the word may, because there is no sign at this point of anything further from Buckingham Palace, but that could clearly break just at any moment and change at any moment.
Indeed, it could. Pictures on the left there, the estate at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire, where doctors are concerned for the health of the Queen. Members of her family have arrived on an RAF plane in the last hour and a half, and they travelled the 40 or so miles over to Balmoral from the airport, and they've just arrived in the last 15-20 minutes or so. Some of the comings and goings there at Balmoral, and of course, Nick, over the last couple of engagements, I think it can be said, we've seen the Queen using a walking stick.
Yeah, well, we first saw that actually last September, I think it was, after she early October, after she returned from Balmoral last year, and it was actually at Westminster Abbey, at a service marking the centenary of the Royal British Legion, that we saw her using a walking stick for the first time in public. And she was then in Cardiff for the an event at the Welsh Parliament, and it was just after that, those two engagements, when everything seemed to be all right, albeit that she had a stick. It was then on October the 20th that something changed, because that was the day when they cancelled her visit to Northern Ireland at very short notice and put out a statement to say that she had been advised by her doctors to rest. And she was then brought into the King Edward VII Hospital in London for some tests, for a preliminary investigation. We were never told what that was all about. Okay, again, patient confidentiality. You remember the palace tried to bring her into hospital without making a public statement about it. It emerged the following day that she'd been in and kept overnight. And that was the moment at which something changed. It's been suggested that perhaps she had a fall, or we don't know. And fair enough, I mean, that is all private and so on. But since then, there has been a significant weight loss, and we have seen much, much less of her. She has missed these significant events, and I sense that there has been just a gradual deterioration in her health. Nothing, certainly until today, nothing sudden, but she has looked more and more frail, and I think by consensus she looked pretty frail in the photograph of her with Liz Truss on Tuesday.
Indeed. Okay. Nick, thank you. Nick Witchell, our royal correspondent, who's been keeping us up to date with developments throughout the day. And I think we can go now to our royal correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who's live at Windsor. Helena, it seems the sun has crept out where you are. It's lashing it down at Buckingham Palace, lashing it down in Scotland. Does that suggest that perhaps there may be a few more people outside where you are wanting to know what's going on?
Yeah, it was pouring with rain earlier here, Clive, sorry, but the residents in Windsor, we've spoken to a number of locals on the high street who have been emotional on hearing the news about the Queen's health. Some people have met the Queen. We spoke to one woman who heard the news and came from West London, about half an hour away. She wanted to be here outside the castle. Windsor Castle, of course, is one of the Queen's favourite royal residences. She spent most of the last 2.5 years or so here since the COVID pandemic, the first lockdown. She spent the time here with her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. So she holds the castle very dear to her, and it's a place that she very much likes to be. She left here, of course, in July to go to Balmoral, which is what she traditionally does to spend her summer months there. And traditionally she would return to Windsor Castle in October, but the feeling you get here in Windsor, having spoken to locals and also tourists as well who are emerging from the gates here at Windsor Castle, is one of concern, one of anxiety about the Queen, and also people are just wanting to know exactly how she is. I think it's worth repeating that statement that we had from the palace earlier on today, that statement which we got at just after 12:30 this afternoon. That statement said that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The statement went on to say the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. But we know from previous experience that the palace often don't give a running commentary. They don't issue statements about the Queen's health, as Nick was just mentioning, because they very much regard those matters as private matters. So for them to issue that statement, doctors concerned about the Queen's health, she is comfortable, that statement said earlier on today. But if you add to that what we've seen very quickly after that statement, immediate members of the royal family travelling to Balmoral to see the Queen, I think if you add those two together, it just gives you a sense of the concern about how the Queen is. In terms of those who are going to Balmoral, members of the royal family, the Duke of Cambridge is one of them. He and his family recently moved here to Windsor, about a mile away or so from Windsor Castle. Their children, their 3 children, started at a new school in Berkshire, their first full day today, and we saw pictures this morning of the children arriving at their new school. We understand that the Duchess of Cambridge has not travelled with her husband, the Duke of Cambridge. Instead, she is staying here in Windsor, not surprising given that their children have started their first full day, and she will no doubt want to be with them. But yes, there is concern, anxiety, not just tourists but also locals here who regard the Queen very much as a resident, very much as one of their neighbours.
Helena, thank you very much. Helena Wilkinson there for us with the latest at Windsor, just reflecting the fact there that a few more people gathering there at Windsor. Now, we mentioned some of the arrivals at Balmoral. Take a look at this image. We've just been sent this image of the Duke of York and we think it's the Earl of Wessex, yes, in the same vehicle speeding towards Balmoral. What do we make of that, Nick?
Gosh, well, that's a question, isn't it? I'm not going to respond to that, Hugh, because I think it is impossible to read anything into that photograph. They look sombre,
yes,
but they would be sombre, given that we know that there is serious concern about their mother's health. It would be odd if they looked anything other than serious, but there is nothing much else that one could read into that. Duke of York in the front there, the Earl of Wessex, and one must presume that the Countess of Wessex is in the back beside Prince Edward there.
What struck me really, Nick, in looking at it and in asking the question really is it's a powerful image. It's an image that conveys solemnity. It conveys, I suppose, a sense of purpose and determination to get to Balmoral as soon as they can. And it speaks volumes as well about a family and children who are concerned about their mother.
And that is a very, very important point, that amidst the concern of the nation and of others elsewhere in the world, we shouldn't forget that at the heart of this is a family. That the two people we can see in that photograph there are visiting their 96-year-old mother. To them, she is their mother. She's Queen, yes, but this is a moment of concern and possibly of anguish for the family, for the 4 children, for the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and the wider family. And one must assume that that wider family is rather more appraised of the real situation than we are at the moment. But those immediate members of the family, the 4 children and the Duke of Cambridge, are now inside Balmoral Castle, so they will be talking to the doctors and they will be being brought up to date on what is happening.
One notable absence we understand right now, it's the Duke of Sussex, who we don't think has arrived yet.
No, well, there's certainly been no evidence, but that sort of begs the question as to how he is travelling. Significant, perhaps, that he's not or wasn't travelling with the other members of the family on that aircraft that we saw landing at Aberdeen Airport. Perhaps he was on the scheduled flight, which I think was arriving there not so long ago, or perhaps he's got his own aircraft. Who knows? But again, you know, all those matters really, I think, we put to one side at this point, because above all, he is visiting a beloved grandmother, and there was a good, special relationship between the Queen and Harry. He made much of it, didn't he, in those comments that he made some months ago. And yes, it reminds us once again that at the heart of this is a family which is coming to terms with an illness or a change in condition or whatever.
And there'll be families and individuals all around the UK and indeed around the Commonwealth and the world who will be able to understand perfectly the intensity of anxiety and the stress and the worry that comes with this.
Well, yes, because as we've been saying this afternoon, millions of people will feel a personal sense of concern. That, okay, it's not their family, but that's the whole thing about a monarch. They somehow reflect the feelings within the society at the top of which they sit. That they are a reflection of all of our hopes or desires or sadnesses or anxieties, that we do identify with them. Not everybody, we know that, but we do identify with them, and in particular with somebody who has, as we've been saying, been there in the background to our lives, for most of us, for all of our lives. This person who has always been there, this reassuring, comforting figure, source of unity and stability and continuity and all those big thoughts. But also it's this lady who has been there, this sort of matriarchal figure as she's become in recent years. And I think the majority of people of this nation do identify with her, do feel keenly and sharply for her health, for her well-being, and many millions of people will be greatly concerned at this point.
They'll be looking at these images of the entrance to the Balmoral estate, and lots of British people, of course, will be familiar with the name Balmoral and the fact that it is a great Scottish estate that the Queen has been very closely associated with over the years. But of course, beyond Britain, across the Commonwealth and indeed around the world where these images will be transmitted today, it's worth underlining that the Queen has been on the world stage. She's been a prominent figure on the world stage, just in terms of statesmanship, just in terms of her unique position as a constitutional monarch and what she represents. And that is, again, something that we could reflect on today, which is the fact that there will be millions and millions of people around the world who've never been to the United Kingdom, who will be interested and exercised by what's happening to the Queen and the family today.
That's right. She is a global figure, as one of our guests earlier said. Now, that expresses itself most particularly through the Commonwealth, this coalition of nations, and the subject which is very close to her heart, and in which she has exercised a real role as head of the Commonwealth. That did give her a sort of diplomatic platform that, given the political constraints as Queen of the United Kingdom, she didn't have. But I think the other thing that we consider is what she has stood for, what she has represented. She has stood for decency and tolerance, and she's been dutiful and steadfast and all those other things. And so many other heads of state, I think, have recognised those qualities in her, and they have admired them. And they have admired the way she has conducted herself over 70 years with putting barely a foot wrong. And I think, you know, at international meetings, many of these foreign heads of state, they come, and the first thing they want to do is meet the Queen, because she's become such a historical figure, a figure, you know, who does represent so much that is decent and right.
Different perspective on the image we saw just a few moments ago, Nick, and this is the Duke of Cambridge actually driving the vehicle, where we saw the Duke of York there in the passenger seat and the Earl of Wessex in the back. But that's William driving them, so just gives you another little perspective on the journey from Aberdeen to Balmoral, and can imagine that was a fairly intense journey, really.
So these are really private family moments, aren't there? So one imagines, we can't see for certain, that the four people in that vehicle, I'm assuming that this is the Duke of York that we can see closest to us, as you say, the Duke of Cambridge, and then in the back the Wessex, the Essexes, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. So no protection officers, no officials, just the four members of the family driving together, reflecting, one must imagine, together on whatever the situation is.
And there we see the four of them.
Yes, yes.
It's a clearer picture there, isn't it? So William, and then Prince Andrew, and then Prince Edward, and then it's the Countess of Wessex there in the other seat in the back, isn't it?
Underlining that this is, above all for them, a family moment. And they will have wanted, I'm sure, to have been just alone amongst themselves in the family group, the four of them. And my goodness, okay, we are aware of the difficulties that have surrounded the Duke of York. And Prince William has been quite vociferous in his views on that, and has taken quite a leading part in ensuring that the Duke of York has withdrawn from public life. But again, I think this is not the moment for those issues.
No. Well, by now, they'll be in Balmoral Castle, and as you were saying, Nick, one imagines that they will by now have had a full briefing from the medical team there, that they will be aware of the situation. One imagines that they would be possibly at the bedside. The Queen is being treated and she's in a comfortable state, we were told earlier on. So we're trying to imagine the scene where, you know, the closest members of the family are with Her Majesty.
And they will be there with Prince Charles, who is the senior member of the royal family, other than the Queen, of course, but who in this situation with the Queen, if we say incapacitated, I mean simply that she is sufficiently unwell for doctors to be concerned and for her to be, as we keep saying, comfortable at Balmoral. But I think that this is a situation in which Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, will be, if not taking charge, then sort of taking the lead in the family's consultation amongst themselves. And there will be a number of things that they will need to think about, because if the Queen is, to some extent, incapacitated or less able than she has been to fulfil the role of head of state, that has implications, particularly obviously for Charles and for the councillors of state, one of whom is still Prince Andrew. You know, but anyway, that's again another issue. But there are, aside from the family issues, the concern and so on, there are other issues that they and their officials will be just considering.
Well, we mentioned there the fact that, of course, the medical team will be briefing the royal family members who've just arrived. So why don't we have a quick word again with our medical editor, Fergus Walsh, And Fergus, there will be people watching. Some of them will know quite a bit about the medical world, others not. Wondering what it means that, for example, the Queen is being kept comfortable and as comfortable as possible at Balmoral. There's no mention of new treatment or further treatment or a different kind of intervention, let's say at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, which is the closest hospital, and people will read things into that. What guidance would you give?
I think it's worth saying, Hugh, that the Queen has her own team of medics. The royal household has its own team, led by the physician to the Queen, Professor Sir Hugh Thomas. That's a role, a physician to the monarch, that stretches back at least to Henry VIII. And he is also head of the medical household. That's a title that was created back in 1973. Now, that statement that we have had, that brief statement, unprecedented, that the Queen's doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health, but that she was comfortable, is all really that we have to go on, but unprecedented because it's not the sort of statement that we've ever been given before. Because, of course, as you and Nick have been saying, and other commentators and guests have been saying, we have been used to, all of us, been brought up and lived our lives with the Queen as head of state. 15 prime ministers have served under her. The first one, Winston Churchill, born back in 1874. The last to be appointed this week, Liz Truss, born 101 years later. And it is that continuity, and she has been in such robust good health for most of her life. So it is that decline that we have seen. Last October, she began using a walking stick in public. We've had these mobility issues. And then, although she did look very engaged in the photos with Liz Truss earlier this week, she did look frail and, as Nick said earlier, did seem to have lost quite a lot of weight.
Yes, indeed. There was a lot of focusing on the image itself, Fergus. When we talk about the kind of care that the Queen is getting, obviously extremely high standard of care with some of the top experts in the country, indeed in some cases in the world, led by Sir Hugh Thomas. There'll be clearly a view on whether it's a normal process to allow the Queen to stay at home, in effect, in Balmoral, rather than look for maybe a more specialist unit elsewhere. Are people wrong to read things into that, or do you think that's perfectly understandable?
I think it's perfectly understandable, and in one sense, it's no different from what you would have with any 96-year-old who has fallen ill and is comfortable at home and able to be kept comfortable. If there was any treatment in a specialist unit that her medical team and her family would deem could help the Queen, as with any other patient, I'm sure that treatment would be given. But it's been decided that she's comfortable. Her family are gathered around her at what is a very difficult time, and we obviously await updates. We know no more officially or unofficially than we've been told in that statement.
Fergus, many thanks again for helping us out with that and some of the questions about the kind of care that the Queen is getting. Buckingham Palace there for you in all its splendour, with the internal quadrangle and then the forecourt, and then the gardens to the side and to the back. It's a very familiar sight, and the crowds there gathering, starting to gather anyway, despite some of the weather problems. And of course they're facing the famous balcony right in the centre of the facade, the balcony where the Queen has appeared on so many occasions since she first appeared as a girl with her parents back in the 1930s, late 30s, early 40s indeed. And of course the very famous images of the royal family on that balcony at the end of the Second World War, with her father, the King George VI, really hugely popular monarch by that point, having really given leadership with his wife, the Queen Mother, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, Queen Mother, throughout those wartime years. So there are a lot of memories there for the Queen herself, notwithstanding, of course, the fact that she's been on the balcony as monarch herself for the past 70 years or so, and those great occasions for the Golden Jubilee and the Platinum Jubilee, and back to 1977, the Diamond Jubilee, where we've seen millions of people crowding into this space at the end of the Mall and around the memorial to greet members of the royal family. So it's very much the symbol of royalty in London. There are lots of symbols of royalty in London, but Buckingham Palace, surely, with its balcony and its very famous facade, and very often, of course, with the Sovereign Standard flying when the Queen is in residence, it is the place that millions of tourists come to every year to get their taste of the royal presence in the United Kingdom. Well, today the Queen is not in residence here. She's in residence in Balmoral, her Scottish estate in Aberdeenshire, and she's been there since June, and it's a place she loves very much. Sadly, today we are reporting on the fact that her health is causing very significant concerns for the medical team, and that is the reason that we've seen very close members of the royal family, including the Queen's children, Charles and Anne and Andrew and Edward, making their way to Balmoral. They are there as we speak, as are some other members of the royal family, and they are probably being briefed, or maybe have been briefed by now, by the medical team on the Queen's condition, which suddenly overnight and into the morning started to cause far more concerns. We remember, of course, that just a couple of days ago, Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, was driven in through these gates and met the Queen and was granted an audience where she was invited to form a government. And the Queen at that point, although looking frail, was smiling and clearly very engaged in the process. And then yesterday, as part of the process of a new government, there was meant to be a meeting of the Privy Council. That's the senior politicians who advise the Queen in certain capacities, and the Queen was meant to hold that meeting virtually, if you like, in terms of video messaging, and that was felt to be unwise. The doctors advised the Queen not to engage in that online Privy Council meeting, and she was advised to rest. Now, most people who've been following royal events, and certainly my colleague Nicholas Witchell here and others, would say, well, that was a significant change of plan, not to have that Privy Council meeting, albeit online. And then by this morning, of course, the very worrying news that doctors were concerned about the Queen's health. So that treatment going on, it's happening at Balmoral. It's a very different place, isn't it, to the one on the right-hand side of the screen now, where we see the Queen leading the celebrations from that famous balcony, Buckingham Palace, at the Jubilee, with millions of people crowded into this part of central London, all the way down from Admiralty Arch, all the way down the Mall, through the parks, the royal parks, to Buckingham Palace itself. A very happy day. And of course, with the Royal Marines and all the other wonderful military musicians in attendance, and the bands of the Household Division as well, who've been entertaining the royal family and the crowds for many, many years. Their stunning and sparkling military drill and their exceptional musicianship. The Queen's been a great supporter and a great ally of the armed forces over many years, and she is deeply respected and very, very well regarded and loved indeed by them, by all branches of the armed forces, as she is by millions of people around the country. So it's a nice image for us to enjoy on the right-hand side, just happier times, if you like, than on the left-hand side, that rather, well, a bit of a grey, depressing site, a bit of a wet, low-key site, if you like, a rather depressing site at Balmoral, the wet roads leading into the estate itself. And we know, of course, what lies beyond the road. We know what lies at the end of that path. It is the castle, and it is the Queen being kept comfortable, being monitored 24/7 by an expert medical team. And all we can do is clearly wish the Queen well, We do that automatically and sincerely, but we are waiting too, I think it's fair to say, for further news from the medical team at Buckingham Palace and at Balmoral about the Queen's condition. And Nicholas Witchell is with me, our royal correspondent, who of course has been talking to us all afternoon about the events of this day. And this is the time of day, Nick, when lots of people will be maybe returning from work, they'll be joining us, they'll be aware of the reports, but they won't have seen lots of it. And I think that we're in a position where we're waiting, and we're right to be waiting without any rush and without any haste at all, waiting for the next update, if you like, now that we know the royal family has gathered there.
Yes, and of course Buckingham Palace has not been in the habit of giving updates, but I think on this occasion there will have to be something, given the level of concern that there is not just here but around the world. And we've seen the other members of the royal family arriving at Balmoral. That in itself is an indication, I think, of just how serious the situation is. So the mood, I think, is fairly described as sombre. The concern is considerable. So many politicians have talked about profound concern, and one must imagine that the Prime Minister and others are aware, have been appraised on Privy Council terms with whatever is the absolute situation. So we await any further news from Buckingham Palace, though I have to say that at the moment there is no indication that there is any further statement to be made. Looking, you made much of the images of the Queen on the balcony during the Jubilee celebrations remarkable, really, just 3 months ago. And when she appeared in that bright green coat, that was on the final day of the Jubilee celebrations on that Sunday. And it had been thought that perhaps she wouldn't make the journey from Windsor, but I think the Prince of Wales encouraged her to do so, and of course she did. And of course the crowds were absolutely delighted to see her. And I think she was terribly touched when they sang the national anthem. And yes, there was, I think, a sense that, something is drawing gradually to a close here, and I think that everybody was very touched on that occasion. That balcony that actually she first appeared on in 1927, when she was 1 year old. She was brought and shown to the crowd by her proud parents, the Duke of York, as he was then, her father and mother. So yes, remarkable really, and that is what monarchy is all about, the continuity, the span of years.
Yes.
The balcony, everything changes but nothing changes, and that is why it is this source of reassurance which so many people, so many millions of people find very comforting. So we must just continue to hope for the best, that there is some encouraging news, but at the same time I think given all the circumstances we have to accept that we just have to wait and see.
Yes, we do indeed, Nick, thank you. Let's go from Balmoral then to Downing Street. Let's join Chris Mason, our political editor, who's joining us from there. Chris, do you have any update for us on what Downing Street's understanding of events is?
What I can tell you, Hugh, is that the Prime Minister is working as normal behind me in Downing Street. There are no plans for her to return to Scotland, to Balmoral. Of course, as we've been reflecting, she was there just a couple of days ago to become Prime Minister in that last public moment where we saw the Queen as the Prime Minister before Liz Truss. Boris Johnson had resigned shortly followed by Liz Truss. We did hear from the Prime Minister at lunchtime shortly after the statement from Buckingham Palace in which Liz Truss said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace, and adding my thoughts and those of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. And here at Westminster, like I suspect in every corner of the UK, and indeed in many places around the world, a profound...
Chris, I apologise. I hate interrupting you, but I'm afraid we've got a dreadful problem on the mic. I suppose it's the elements interfering. It's the rain getting into cables and all kinds of things. So if we clear that up, Chris, I'll be back with you as soon as we can. Chris Mason there, our political editor. By the way, the US President Joe Biden has told Prime Minister Liz Truss that he and his wife Jill are thinking of the Queen amid deep concerns over the monarch's health. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said this. That's to say, the President and the First Lady's thoughts are solidly and squarely with the Queen today and with her family. The President has been briefed this morning and will be updated throughout the day concerning news out of the United Kingdom. So that's President Biden. I suppose, Nick, we can expect, we've had quite a bit already, but from the person who's the other side of the special relationship, you'd expect an expression of sincere concern. And given all the visits that the Queen has made to the States, and indeed how many state visits for presidents she hosted in Downing Street over the years, well, that's one expression of concern that you would expect straight away.
Yep, and I think once again, it is quite normal for US presidents to be very keen to meet the Queen. They met at the G7 summit down in Cornwall, however many months ago that was. And of course, the Queen has met every US president bar one. She never met Lyndon Johnson, but I think Biden is the 14th US president. We're on to the 15th Prime Minister, 14th president, and I think there have been 6 or is it 7 popes that she's met, and which just again gives you a flavour of this remarkable life that she has led, meeting so many significant figures in world history, beginning just after the war as a young princess when her father was ailing and she was having to step in and assist him as a councillor of state. So she has met just about anybody who is anybody, and yet she has never shared to the world any of her thoughts or appraisals of any of them. No. She has kept it all within either herself or within her family, and she has understood the fundamentals of the position that she has occupied for these 70 years, that she must be an uncontroversial figure, and she has absolutely understood the principles of a constitutional monarch. She learnt them really from her father, and she has continued in the manner, in the style of her father, rather understated. And it was for that reason, of course, that she found the Duke of Edinburgh such a useful ally, because there was the difference in personality, difference in approach, and I think she owed so much to him, as we sensed in some of the things that she has said about him since his death.
It's interesting, owing, yes, of course, to Philip, but one senses as well that because of the abdication in 36, and then the fact that the course of her life changed, that her father really did take on the role of a very diligent tutor. And as I said earlier, Nick, I read somewhere when one of the royal household commented and said, look, in many ways you have to look at the reign of Elizabeth II as a continuation of the reign of George VI. And when you think about it in those terms, it makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. In style, they are so similar. And the Queen revered and loved her father deeply. She knew what a struggle it was for George VI to be the monarch during the difficult times of the Second World War. It was a huge strain. He was helped through it, of course, by the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, but also by his elder and I'm sure younger daughter, but they were a very close unit, and there is no doubt that the Queen learnt an awful lot from her father, rather in the same way as she has attempted to pass what she has learnt, not perhaps so much to Prince Charles, but to Prince William. And I think the Queen has taken a great deal of time to, as it were, tutor and pass on her wisdom and her approach and the principles that have governed her approach to monarchy to Prince William. And I think I interviewed him some years ago, and I asked him, whose template do you tend to follow? Is that the one of your father and or the one of your grandmother? And rather to my surprise, he answered and said, well, I think my grandmother has got it absolutely right. And, in many ways, Prince William once said about being monarch, it's about setting an example, doing one's duty. It's about using your position for the good. It's about serving the country. Now, goodness me, those are the principles that encapsulate the approach that Queen Elizabeth has brought to the monarchy, to the British monarchy.
Nick, thank you. We're going to just bring in a guest to the royal biographer and editor-in-chief of Majesty magazine, Ingrid Seward. Ingrid, it's good to have you with us, and we're grateful for your expert perspective on this as well today. As we follow the reports, and clearly we're reflecting on the deep concern that people have at this point, and the family have gathered there in Balmoral. What are your reflections at this stage?
Well, I think I feel very much what everybody is feeling. Obviously, this is a very poignant moment, and none of us quite know what's going to happen, but because the entire family, well, the entire nucleus of the family are gathered at Balmoral, and the fact that the Queen hasn't been sent to hospital speaks volumes. They obviously just want to keep her comfortable, have her family around her, and we just have to literally wait for news, whether it be good or bad. There's nothing more we can do. That is the situation, and it's very sad, especially as as you've said many times this afternoon, as we saw the Queen with Liz Truss only 48 hours ago, 2 days ago on Tuesday, and she looked so happy and in good spirits. I know she looked frail, but if you have mobility problems, you're going to have muscle loss, and so she's going to look frail. But it was really wonderful to see her, and it sort of gave us all hope. Well, there she'll be carrying on. But whatever has happened between now and then, we don't know. But all we can do is just hope very much for the best.
Indeed. I know that everyone watching will be sharing that, Ingrid, certainly. It's been a remarkable year, hasn't it, really? Because we've reported several times on the issues that have surrounded the Queen's health, the fact that she's not been able to undertake some engagements. And yet, when we think back to the Jubilee, which at one point we were very concerned about in terms of the Queen's ability to be present, we had 2 balcony appearances, we had a great sense of fun and celebration around the birthday parade to open events. The year has been one of some extremes, really, hasn't it? And as you say, it is just a matter of 48 hours ago since the Queen was obviously determined to fulfil her constitutional duty and invite Liz Truss to form a government. So it speaks volumes, really, about Her Majesty's commitment to the job.
It certainly does, and she hates letting people down, and she's always really, really wanted to get on with the job. So I think she's had a mentally probably quite a hard time. But I think this all started in October 21, when she was meant to be going to Ireland, and suddenly, I mean, the journalists and everyone were waiting for her, and suddenly she had to cancel. That was the beginning of her mobility problems, and I think it must have been difficult for her to have to say, well, take doctor's orders, which she always does, saying, I can't do this. And so that has been a recurring theme of her life ever since then. And I think, wonderful though she is and cheerful though she is, I think it must have been very difficult for her and very frustrating to feel that she's unable to carry out the duties which she's carried out all her life, which is another reason I think why Buckingham Palace have delayed it till the sort of 99th hour always to let us know whether or not the Queen is able to do certain things. I think it's because she was so determined to try and do them, but in the end couldn't. So it's been a difficult time for her.
Well, we'd like to think that we'll get a good progress report, Ingrid, but we must wait and see. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Ingrid Seward there, of Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine. If you're just joining us here on BBC News, this is our extended coverage today, following that bulletin from the Queen's medical team at lunchtime that her doctors are now very concerned about the state of her health. She's at Balmoral, her estate in Aberdeenshire. That is where she's being cared for. She's said to be in a comfortable condition. The doctors are there with her. She's having full 24/7 medical supervision, and in the last couple of hours the family has been gathering, and we've seen the children turning up, the rest of them, because Prince Charles was there already, and Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, and now they've been joined by the Duke of York and the Earl of Wessex, and indeed by the Duke of Cambridge, her grandson, who's also arrived in the last hour or so. They landed at Aberdeen Airport about an hour and a half ago. So they're all there. And the Queen, who's been engaged in lots of duties in recent months and has been showing great spirit and great strength and a determination to really fulfill all those items in the diary. Well, today we had the news that she's not able to do that now. She's in a position where her health is causing a lot more concern. She's been made to feel comfortable, we're told. There's no mention of any hospital treatment or any other intervention elsewhere. All the care is being done at Balmoral. So following that statement, which was at 12:30 today, which is over 5 hours ago, there's been no word. All we've seen is the gathering of the close family members at Balmoral Castle itself. We are waiting to see if there'll be another statement. We don't know. But there may be a statement, and that is why we're staying on air as we approach 6 o'clock. And my colleague Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, is keeping a very, very close eye on these events, as you would imagine. And Nick, I've just summarised there where we are right now, but there'll be lots of people watching, wondering if it is realistic to expect some kind of statement now that the children have gathered, and maybe that they've had some kind of briefing from the doctors. So that's not an unreasonable thing to ask.
Well, I would have thought that that is absolutely what will need to happen. I think Buckingham Palace will have to say something, because there is such widespread and deep concern now, and the family has arrived at Balmoral, as you say, and therefore it would be logical for them to issue something, whether it is just a bulletin in terms of briefing us as to the state of her health, whether there has been an improvement, or whatever is the situation, because I think that as we approach the early evening now, it will be necessary for Buckingham Palace to say something. But I stress that I have not seen any indication that that is the case. That is just us sort of thinking that it would be logical and sensible and necessary.
Well, necessary because, of course, you know, there's no way to kind of overstate this. The affection for the Queen, the respect for the Queen, people's sense of loyalty to the Queen is such that it will be exercising people's minds.
Well, yes. You know, in all of our minds is the unimaginable almost, isn't it, really? And when that moment comes, and we have no reason to suppose that it is imminent, but people will find it an almost seismic moment, a seismic scale of shock when that moment comes. And I'm not in any way suggesting that it is about to come, but we are, let's be just candid about it. We've seen the facts as they have emerged today. We have seen the family gathering. They haven't rushed up to Balmoral without very good reason. And one must suppose that whatever it is that they have now been briefed about, Buckingham Palace will feel the need to share that with the rest of the nation and indeed the Commonwealth at some point this evening.
One imagines, because as you said earlier, Nick, we're talking about a family. It's the royal family, and we're dealing here with Her Majesty the Queen, but it's family. And it's a mother and a grandmother and a great-grandmother whose health we are talking about. And I imagine that they have gathered with her to offer comfort.
Yep, one must assume that. And it is only what, I can't do it in my head, 20 months, is it, or since the Duke of Edinburgh's death,
yes.
Rather less than that.
Yes.
So, you know, this is a family which has suffered one death quite recently, and which is now having to deal with the illness and the declining health, as we understand it at the moment, of, as you say, their mother or their grandmother. It is perfectly possible that she will recover from this, or not perhaps recover, but that she will get over whatever issue it is that has caused the doctors to speak in the way that they have. So we must again stress that we don't know what the true situation is. We are merely anticipating and expecting that the palace will feel it necessary to say something. But as you say, Hugh, at the heart of this is a family which is providing comfort to the Queen, and one must hope that that is the situation that is taking place within Balmoral Castle at the moment.
Nick, thank you. Well, the time is a minute past 6 o'clock, and if you're joining us here on BBC News, we are reporting the latest on the state of the Queen's health, because Her Majesty is under medical supervision at Balmoral Castle after doctors became concerned for her health. A statement from Buckingham Palace released earlier this afternoon said that the Queen, who's 96, was placed under supervision after further evaluation, they said, but they then went on to say she remains comfortable. Now, the BBC understands that all 4 of the Queen's children are now at the royal estate in Aberdeenshire. 4 senior royals arrived at Balmoral in the past hour. The Land Rover being driven by the Duke of Cambridge. Alongside him was Prince Andrew, Duke of York, and then the Earl and Countess of Wessex also with them. We are told that Prince Harry is also on his way, but he wasn't travelling with this party, and he's not travelling either with his wife Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. She's not travelling to Balmoral. There's been lots of reaction, as you'd imagine, lots of expressions of alarm during the day. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, saying that the whole country would be deeply concerned by the news, and she said that her thoughts and those of everyone in the UK were currently with Her Majesty and with members of the royal family. Let's just remind ourselves, just 2 days ago, the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, was officially asked by the Queen to form a government. Liz Truss became the 15th Prime Minister of the Queen's reign when she visited the Queen there at Balmoral. So that is a summary of where we stand right now at 3 minutes past 6, and our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell is with me, and Nick and I are keeping a very close eye on all the developments, watching the comings and goings there at Balmoral too. What would you say to viewers at this point, Nick?
I would say that I think once again, in the absence of any hard facts, that the images, I think, are now starting to tell the story. I was looking closely at that picture that we just showed of the Wessexes in the back of that vehicle. It's the first time we've seen the close-up of Prince Edward, or the Earl of Wessex, and Sophie, the Countess of Wessex. I thought they looked very sombre. I thought in particular she looks very sombre.
Yeah.
I think people, every individual must look at that photograph and draw their own conclusions. I'm not going to assist anybody in attempting to draw any conclusion, but I think she looks, sombre.
Yes.
Let's leave it at that.
Yes.
I think, they're arriving there at the gates of Balmoral Castle after dashing up from London, from their home at Bagshot, having been presumably summoned at some point this morning and briefed about whatever it is that has occurred at Balmoral Castle, and the family has come together and they have got on a RAF plane and they have flown straight to Aberdeen and then straight out to Balmoral. This against the background of the Queen's doctors having become concerned about her health. So that is the situation. We have heard the statements from senior politicians who will have been briefed on Privy Council terms. Current and previous Prime Ministers will know what the situation is, and I think again we just read into their statements a general sense of profound concern.
Well, that statement, Nick, of course, came from Buckingham Palace, and these are the images of the palace where there have been some crowds gathering during the course of the afternoon, because of course the news has been getting around and people have been at the railings there just waiting to see if there's any announcement, waiting to see if there's any news of the Queen's health. And some of those, of course, will be visitors to London. Others will be people who live in London or indeed are visiting London from other parts of the UK and beyond. How unusual, Nick, was the statement that was released by Buckingham Palace earlier today?
Extremely. They have made a point of not saying anything. As we've been discussing this afternoon, they insist that the Queen is entitled to patient confidentiality. They will not engage in a commentary about her health. So after telling us back in October, on October the 20th, that she was cancelling that visit to Northern Ireland and she had been advised by her doctors to rest, their statements have been few and far between. We have had briefings, if one can call them that the episodic mobility issues have from time to time reared their head and have prevented her from attending some of these major state events, the state opening of Parliament and so on and so forth. But they have not gone beyond that. They have not addressed the suspicion, and it's been a pretty widespread suspicion, that there has been some underlying condition in addition to the mobility problem. So for them to come out, having said last night that she was unable to chair the virtual Privy Council meeting, that it was necessary and that she was tired after the events with the incoming Prime Minister, that she was needing to rest last night, then this morning to hear the statement from Buckingham Palace. Yes, I think we can all quite reasonably and justifiably say that clearly something has happened that is giving rise to all of this concern.
With that, let's go to Downing Street then and talk to our political editor, Chris Mason. And Chris, we've already seen the image of the Queen smiling just 2 days ago, looking frail but smiling as she greeted Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister. What's going on in Downing Street today? The Prime Minister working there and obviously being fully informed about events at Balmoral.
That's right, Hugh, yeah. So Liz Truss is working from Downing Street this evening. There are no plans for her to travel to Scotland, to Balmoral. As we've been reporting in the last few hours, several members of the wider royal family have been making that journey. It is, of course, as you say, just a couple of days ago that Liz Truss was there and was greeted by the Queen, had that audience with the Queen in which she was invited to form a government and to become Prime Minister just a matter of moments before the Queen had a final audience as Prime Minister with Boris Johnson, in which he tendered his resignation. And it was that reminder of the key role that the Queen plays right at the heart of the British political system, detached from democracy and yet somehow overseeing it and performing these central roles of state when governments come and governments go. And that announcement last night that she wasn't able to take part in that virtual meeting of the Privy Council, that's a gathering of senior ministers who meet in her presence regularly, an indication of her frailty. And in the last few months there have been those signs, haven't there, of her increasing age. So, for instance, the audiences that Prime Ministers have with the Queen and hugely cherish, when you read the memoirs of Prime Ministers, they hugely cherish that opportunity they have, that discreet opportunity for a chat in private with the Queen, weighted and freighted as she is with all of the experience that she has meeting heads of state and government over decade after decade after decade. Traditionally, and for many years, they would happen in person at Buckingham Palace. In recent years, not least because of the pandemic, but continuing after that as well, those audiences happening remotely, again to account for those episodic mobility problems as reported by the Palace in recent months and years, and an acknowledgement of her increasing frailty and age. And even in the last 48 hours, a reminder here at Westminster of the role of the Queen in the formation of a government. Not just that moment that we so widely reported the other day and Liz Truss becoming Prime Minister, but also the appointment of ministers. When ministers are formally appointed, they are done so formally by the Queen. They are ministers of the Crown. So plenty here at Westminster, reflecting very profoundly and reflecting that profound concern that exists around the country and in many places around the world about the Queen's health this evening, so conscious as they are of that bind that exists constitutionally between Parliament, government and the royal household, the monarch personified for so long by the Queen.
Indeed, Chris, and it is one of those moments, and let's hope we get good news from Balmoral, but it's one of those moments when people do reflect on the kind of constitutional arrangement that exists and which the Queen has made work. She's really helped to oil the wheels of that constitutional arrangement, which lots of constitutional experts say, you know, is not a normal arrangement. It's not an arrangement which on paper should be working. But of course, this notion of the Crown in Parliament as the constitutional monarchy is framed is one that today we reflect on, because of course there is this axis, the axis of importance and continuity, which stretches from the palace to Parliament and to the executive itself.
Yes, and we see this, don't we, when there are those moments, the state opening of Parliament, colloquially described as the Queen's speech, where the Queen comes along. She wasn't able to attend, of course, just a few months ago, but comes along to Parliament and sits there delivering out loud the government's words, saying what the government is planning to do in its legislative programme in the months and years ahead. And there's a particular moment in that ceremony, you may recall this, where the door is slammed in the face of an official called Black Rod, acknowledging the independence of the democratic House of Commons in that constitutional arrangement where the Queen, the head of state, sits at the top of it, Parliament below it. That point about the head of state, a striking one as well, Hugh. I've travelled recently to the G7 summit in Bavaria and on to the NATO Defence Alliance summit in Madrid, and part of the formulation of the language of those events is that they are gatherings of heads of state and government, and that matters because, of course, in the UK system we have a head of government in Liz Truss, the Prime Minister. We have a head of state in Her Majesty the Queen, and that distinction between the two so pivotal to how the UK system operates.
Chris, thank you again. Chris Mason, our political editor there, with the latest for us in Downing Street. Well, from Downing Street, let's go to Windsor, because Windsor, of course, dominated by the great castle, and Windsor, I think it's fair to say, as our understanding goes, is the Queen's favourite residence, though she loves Balmoral as well. But at Windsor, our correspondent Helena Wilkinson has been there for us today. Looks slightly better weather-wise than it was earlier, Helena. What is your sense there of the way that the local community in Windsor, which has such a close bond with the royal family because of the proximity there, well, what's your sense of what people are saying in Windsor itself?
Yes, absolutely, Hugh. And for those who don't know, Windsor Castle is right in the centre of Windsor. Just down the road is the high street full of shops, and local people, residents in Windsor, very much view the Queen as one of their neighbours, as a local resident. In previous years, she was often seen in the Great Park around here. We've spoken to a number of people here on the high street, some emotional at the news of the Queen's health, and also many people just anxious to hear how she is. We haven't had another update from the palace since the one we got at just after 12:30 this afternoon. Lots of visitors coming out of the castle gates here. Some of them told us that they had heard the news from inside the grounds, others emerging not having heard. We know, of course, that the Queen spent much of the last 2.5 years here at the castle. As you mentioned, Hugh, this is perhaps her most favourite royal residence. It's a lot of green space around here. It's somewhere where she loves to be, and she spent the last years of her husband's life, the Duke of Edinburgh, during lockdown. They remained here together, spending day after day together. They celebrated their 73rd wedding anniversary in November 2020. She of course made that trip, which is traditional for the Queen, to spend the summer months at Balmoral. She left here at Windsor Castle in July, and the Queen would traditionally return here to the castle in October. But the sense this evening, Hugh, here, the feeling amongst locals and also visitors here, tourists here, there are some who've gathered just a bit down from where we are, is one of concern, deep concern about the Queen, wanting to know how she is, and anxiety. So I think everyone really is waiting for another statement from the palace to find out exactly how Her Majesty is.
Well, we await to see if that statement comes, Helena. Thank you very much. Helena Wilkinson there with the latest at Windsor. And of course, Windsor is where the Queen spent so much of the lockdown period, much of that with the late Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. But in July this year, the Queen decided that she really did want to maintain the tradition of spending lots of the summer at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire, in the glorious countryside there. And of course, Balmoral Castle is one of the favourite homes of the Queen, where she's spent so many happy times during her long life, going back to her childhood, and it brings back lots of memories of happy times with her parents and her sister Margaret, and of course with her family when they were young, and then growing up with Prince Philip as well, as they enjoyed the countryside and the picnics and the barbecues around Balmoral. So it's a place of great happiness for the Queen, and that's the reason she decided that she really did, despite her mobility problems and health issues, she wanted to leave Windsor in July and go to Balmoral as usual. And she is, of course, a stickler for tradition. So Buckingham Palace there on the right, very much seen as the office, if you like. That's where the working quarters are. Windsor, not too far away to the west, is really the kind of favourite home, the main home, where lots of work is also done. And then, of course, we have the other residences, Balmoral, which we are familiar with in summer, and then, of course, Sandringham in the east of England, and there are a few others too. Of course, there's Holyrood House in Edinburgh. So we are looking today at news from Balmoral. That's our focus today. It's not Buckingham Palace really, it's Balmoral, and that is where the Queen is being kept comfortable by the team of doctors who are there, and who have just put that unusual statement out earlier today. Unusual because it was rather forthcoming, saying that they were concerned. They were now concerned about the state of the Queen's health, and that she was comfortable at Balmoral, that some of the family now who've arrived there to see their mother, in the case of Prince Charles and Princess Anne, and Andrew and Edward, and then, of course, a grandson in the form of Duke of Cambridge. They're all there, and we imagine that they've been talking to the doctors there and have had their briefing, and one imagines that they are with the Queen, keeping her company and making sure that she's as comfortable as possible. Now, at Balmoral is my colleague James Cook, who's the BBC's Scotland editor. And James, could you bring us up to date, please, on what's been going on there?
Yes, Hugh, no sense of drama here, no sense of panic, a sense instead of a well-rehearsed plan, quietly. For most of the afternoon, it was relatively calm here. The rain teemed down, leaving the purple heather around this estate sodden. Every few minutes or so, another photographer, another reporter would cross Isambard Kingdom Brunel's bridge across the River Dee and make their way here to the gates of Balmoral. And then at 5:05, a flurry of flashbulbs as senior members of the royal family swept past us. Prince William driving a Range Rover, Prince Andrew next to him, and in the back Prince Edward and Sophie, the Countess of Wessex. I could see grim faces. Certainly Andrew, I saw clearly, very grim-faced Andrew as they drove past and into this estate, which of course has been one of the favourite places, if not the favourite place of the Queen for many, many decades of her reign. An estate, a 50,000-acre estate dating back in terms of its association with the royal family to Queen Victoria, the castle here built for her in the 1850s. And of course a place where we know the Queen has many fond memories of spending time with her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, not least because the photograph that was released by the family on his death was a photograph of the two of them together in the hills on this estate.
James, just a thought here about the Queen's relationship with Scotland as well, because of course we're at a time where there's been a lot of debate about the future shape of the United Kingdom. The Queen, of course, represents the solid element of continuity, and that's an interesting thing for us to reflect on, given her great affection for Balmoral and indeed for Scotland.
Yes, this is surely a monarch who personifies the union of the crowns of 1603 as much as she does anything else. The constancy that we talk about that applies to her reign actually goes way back before her reign in terms of the royal family's relationship with Scotland, predating the Act of Union, the Union of the Parliaments in 1707. And indeed the Queen has been a constant figure associated with that union of the crowns. Not, it has to be said, Hugh, always without controversy. And the Silver Jubilee speech, which the Queen gave in 1977 at Westminster, when she talked about the benefits union had conferred at a time when the Labour Party was proposing to devolve power to Wales and to Scotland, proposals that were ultimately defeated. That certainly raised eyebrows. Eyebrows were raised in 2014 when the Queen, attending Crathy Kirk, just along from the gates of Balmoral here, talked about people considering the future, thinking very carefully about the future as they decided how to vote in the referendum on independence, which the people of Scotland ultimately rejected. The palace, of course, strongly denied that there was anything wrong with that comment, said it was a perfectly sensible thing to say, to urge people to think very carefully about such a serious issue. And of course there is deep affection for the Queen in parts of Scotland. It is fair to say that if you look at the polling, the monarchy is not as popular north of the border as it is south of the border, but the Queen is certainly more popular than the monarchy in Scotland, and that is certainly reciprocated on her behalf. She's talked of her deep and abiding affection for this nation.
And a thought, James, as well about the place that Balmoral plays in the great royal landscape, if you like. You've mentioned the fact, and we mentioned earlier, the fact that the Queen has a great affection for it, and its heritage goes back to Queen Victoria's time. We're talking about Aberdeenshire, which of course is lots of it, very, very beautiful. The landscape there is magnificent, and as you say, very significant that rather lovely image of the Queen and the Duke, released when the Duke died, was indeed in the hills above Balmoral, on this enormous estate that the Queen has there.
Yes, that's right, and the Queen has been coming here regularly with her family for the summer and into the early autumn, year after year after year. It's very clear that this place is somewhere for which she holds extremely deep affection. Just see another police car going through the gates there of Balmoral Estate. Yes, Hugh, you're right. I mean, there is definitely an affinity. I mean, if you look back through the newsreel footage, back through the years, here she was in the 1960s, buying an ice cream for one of the young princes just along the road in one of the local shops. One of the few places really where, I'm not saying the Queen routinely walks up and down the streets of Ballater and Braemar, but it would be a place where she would not be troubled by people locally if she were to do so, because people are very used to seeing senior members of the royal family. Indeed, I remember one occasion somebody telling me that just outside these gates here they were driving along and there was a car waiting with its indicator on to turn into the gates, and as they drove past they realised it was none other than Queen Elizabeth at the wheel.
James, thank you very much. James Cook with some nice memories there of the Queen and life in Balmoral. But today we are reflecting on the state of the Queen's health, sadly, and we're just waiting to see whether Buckingham Palace or the officials at Balmoral make another statement, having said at lunchtime that the Queen's doctors are very concerned about the state of the Queen's health, that she is comfortable, that they had no more to say at that point, but they felt it necessary to convey the fear and the anxiety that was being felt. And that is why, of course, we've now seen the Duke of Cambridge, Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, and some others making their way to Balmoral. They've arrived there. The Prince of Wales already there, and the Duchess of Cornwall too. The Princess Royal is there. So the family, the family is gathered, and we're told that the Duke of Sussex, Harry, is on his way, but he wasn't with the party that arrived a short while ago. Watching the images with me, Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, and Nick James there was underlining the special place that Balmoral holds, because really some people may be wondering why the Queen in September is in Balmoral. Why is she not back in Windsor or even in Buckingham Palace? But it's important to underline that that's normal. That's what she does.
And she, of course, she loves to have the routine, to have the sense of confidence that you get from an unchanging routine. And so much of her year never changes. So, yes, I think the annual trip up to Balmoral is really very important to her. And it is somewhere where she feels very comfortable, very much at ease, somewhere that she has known all her life. So the time is approaching 6:30 now, isn't it? I was struck by what James Cook was saying about the grim faces that he noticed on the faces of the members of the royal family as they drove into Balmoral Castle a short time ago. We are still waiting to see if there is something from Buckingham Palace. There is nothing to report on that front at the moment, but of course that could change at a moment's notice. The situation, as we understand it at the moment, continues to be that there is widespread and deep concern about the health of the Queen. Following the statement by her doctors this morning, clearly there has been some episode which has occurred overnight, which has given rise to that concern, and which prompted the doctors and Buckingham Palace to put out a statement indicating that there is concern about the Queen's health. Members of her family have broken off and travelled to Scotland. Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall were already there. They have travelled across to Balmoral Castle, where they have also been joined by the Princess Royal. And other members of the royal family, 4 members of the royal family, have travelled up from London on an RAF flight. The Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex.
There is expectation now, clearly, Nick, if we look at the images here of Buckingham Palace, and the area in front of it dominated, of course, by the Queen Victoria Memorial at this end of the Mall. But crowds now starting to gather at those gates, where announcements in the past have been made, of course, about all kinds of things and events in the royal family's life. But I think today reflects really a crowd which is starting to gather, just basically expressing concern and just hoping for the best, is how I'd put it.
Yes, I think that is the fairest way we can put it, Hugh. Millions of people here and elsewhere will be hoping for the best, but they will be, I think, now fearing the worst and perhaps preparing for the worst. But we must continue to hope that whatever news we get from Buckingham Palace will indicate that things are okay at Balmoral. But I think that is as much really as we can say at this stage. There is great concern. That concern has been expressed by politicians at the most senior level, and they will know what the true situation is. They will have been briefed, and they will have briefed each other on Privy Council terms. So I think that that is the fairest indication that we can give to our viewers, both here and around the world at this stage, that there is, as we keep saying, there is profound concern, there is deep concern, but at this stage we do not have any further news from Buckingham Palace.
Nick, we're just looking at these images here because, of course, they are really reflecting people's deep alarm and deep concern about the fact that the Queen is extremely unwell, and of course that we are expecting the news from Balmoral that she's having treatment, or that indeed they are unable to help Her Majesty anymore. A few moments ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The Palace has just issued this statement. It says the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Within the past few minutes, Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. To recap on the statement, the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King, that is Charles, and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Her Majesty was 96 years old. She became Queen on the 6th of February 1952, on the death of her father, King George VI. She heard the news while staying at a game lodge in Kenya at the age of 25, and her coronation at Westminster Abbey was watched by more than 20 million people. She was married to Prince Philip for 73 years until his death in April of 2021. And Charles, their first child, was born in 1948. He now becomes the new king. In 2015, Her Majesty passed Queen Victoria to become the longest reigning monarch in British history. And in February 2022, we saw the 70th anniversary of her becoming Queen. And she made more than 250 visits to Commonwealth countries and was head of state in Australia and Canada and New Zealand. Winston Churchill was Britain's Prime Minister when she came to the throne, and Liz Truss was her 15th Prime Minister. The BBC is interrupting its normal programmes to bring you an important announcement. This is BBC News from London. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In a statement, the Palace said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. BBC Television is broadcasting this special programme reporting the death of Her Majesty the Queen. This is BBC News from London. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In a statement, the palace said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. The death of Her Majesty brings to an end the longest reign in British history, spanning 8 decades of immense change. Throughout that time, Her Majesty was the one constant presence in public life, a head of state who personified stability and reassurance. Her life had been dedicated to the service of the people, and her reign was characterised by a steadfast sense of duty. Elizabeth was just 25 when she came to the throne in 1952 on the sudden death of her father, King George VI, as Britain was still recovering from the Second World War. She was sustained by her 73-year marriage to the late Prince Philip. Her strength and stay, as she once described him, was at her side for 3 major Jubilee celebrations. Elizabeth II was the most widely travelled head of state in history. The Queen of 15 nations, head of the Commonwealth of 54 countries and territories. Her Majesty's death brings the second Elizabethan age to a close, and a long and momentous chapter in British life. A reign marked above all else by a sense of service to others. A reign unlike any other in the long history of Britain and the Commonwealth. Our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, is with me as we report the news of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And one thinks immediately, Nick, first of all, of the loss for the royal family.
One does. This, for the nation, for them, this is an absolutely massive moment. The moment that so many people have dreaded for so long has come. It's a moment of great solemnity and national sadness. It's hard, really, fully to take it in. It's no great surprise, given her age and her declining health. But nonetheless, it is a very considerable shock to feel that she has died. Millions of people, I think, as they learn this news, will feel a sense of personal loss. And I think many people will find it rather disorientating. Let's just understand this moment. It isn't just the death of the longest-lived, longest reigning monarch in British history, a monarch who has been there in the background to our lives for most of us, for all of our lives. It is the end of what I think history will judge to have been one of the most remarkable reigns in the 1,000-plus years of the British monarchy, a reign which will be remembered and talked about in years to come. Now, whether you are a monarchist or not, and we know, as we've said this afternoon, that not everyone is, she was a monarch who earned the widest possible respect here in the United Kingdom and throughout the world. It's the end of the reign of Elizabeth II, a monarch who always put duty first, who brought dignity and decency to the highest office in the land, who embodied the best of qualities, who's been a focus for national unity and identity, and who has been the still, calm centre of stability and reassurance to this nation and the other nations of which she has been head of state for more than 70 years, while so much around her has changed. She has been a distillation of our national identity. She has been constant in an ever-shifting world, constant, steadfast, dependable, dutiful. These are all rather old-fashioned words, old-fashioned concepts even, but I think that they sum up what she brought to the role of monarch. We recall the pledge she made on her 21st birthday. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. Well, she truly remained true to that pledge. It was a life of finely judged service, true to the principles of constitutional monarchy, driven by duty, sustained by faith. And we recall also the message that she issued when she reached her 70th birthday in February of this year. You remember the message that was issued? She wrote, "I remain eternally grateful for and humbled by the loyalty and affection that you continue to give me." She said, "I look forward to continuing to serve you with all of my heart." And she signed that message, "Your servant, Elizabeth R." Well, that servant has gone. The end of the reign of Elizabeth II, Elizabeth the Great, as many people will regard her. That reign has ended. And we have a new king.
Yes.
The crown passes invisibly, but immediately, imperceptibly. Charles is now our king and our head of state. Camilla is now Queen Consort. It remains to be seen what name he will take, but we will refer to him as the king, and he will lead the nation's mourning for his mother. As you say, she came to the throne just a few years after the end of the Second World War. She succeeded to the throne in 1952 after the death of her father. And on the night of her coronation, in a broadcast on the BBC, she said, "Throughout all of my life and with all of my heart, I shall strive to be worthy of your service." And as that message, and as the message she issued on the 70th anniversary of her accession showed, if there is one word that I think is the key to the success of her reign, I would suggest it's not actually duty, the word which is normally associated with her, it's humility. Because for all of the grandness of her position, here is the coronation, the imperial state crown being lowered onto her head by the Archbishop of Canterbury. For all the grandness of her position, it never went to her head. She had, I think, an instinctive understanding that as a hereditary monarch, she had to win the trust of the people of this country and the other countries of which she was queen. And that, I believe, is what she did. She gained it and she kept it. She kept the monarchy strong. Now, of course, there have been a few bumps along the way. It would be extraordinary if there hadn't been. Bumps which have almost without exception been caused by other members of her family. But she pursued her role with that sense of humility and by putting duty first. And she was at heart, people who knew her, it's funny to talk in the past tense now, isn't it? She was a very down-to-earth, a straightforward and unpretentious woman, rather reserved, certainly in her early years. There was none of that sort of vainglorious and overbearing behaviour that we've sometimes perhaps seen with other members of her family. For 70 years, she's been the constant, unchanging presence in the background to our lives, the head of the nation, as she's sometimes been referred to, above politics, but with a shrewd interest in and a grasp of politics and of political figures. So we now look back on, and there will be so many tributes now, as people take this in, as they come to terms with their own emotions. And I'm quite sure there will be many people who are very emotional at this moment, as they learn of this news, the death of the Queen. But this nation and so many other nations will now pay tribute to this long life of service which has now ended.
Symbolised everywhere, Nick. The flags are being lowered, and the rainbow along with the lowered flag at Windsor, the favourite home of the Queen. So many years. Flags lowered already at Buckingham Palace. And so many elements, Nick, of your appreciation and tribute will be echoed by political leaders at Downing Street. We're expecting Liz Truss to say something fairly soon. The Prime Minister will offer her own sympathy to the royal family, and she will, of course, have her own words of appreciation for the long service of Her Majesty. And there'll be other political leaders too wanting to pay tribute to a lifetime of service, a lifetime of humble commitment to duty, as Nick was saying, and of taking the role as seriously as it's possible to take it. Very much in line with the teaching that her father had shared with her all those years ago in Buckingham Palace. King George VI, very proud of his 2 daughters, and took a long time to offer the experience and learning to his elder daughter Elizabeth. And there you have, at the railings of Buckingham Palace, they are, in line with tradition, posting the formal notice. And that notice will say that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died peacefully today at Balmoral in Scotland, at the age of 96, the longest reigning monarch in British history. A lifetime of service to people in the United Kingdom, throughout the Commonwealth, and in many parts of the world. An example of leadership which didn't stray into the realm of politics, and for lots of people the ideal symbol of what a constitutional monarchy should be like. Well, now the world has been told, and the official notice has been posted as the palace staff make their way back into what was the Queen's home. It is now the home of the King and the Queen Consort, because Prince Charles is now King Charles. It remains to be seen whether he will call himself Charles as king, but we are assuming that he will. And this now is the home of the new monarch, the King, and his consort, the Queen Consort. Crowds still gathering at Buckingham Palace because the news has travelled very rapidly here and at Windsor and at all the other royal residences. But of course people will be following these events closely on their televisions and their mobile devices and all kinds of different means of spreading the news and social media as people come to terms with what's happened. And as Nick was saying memorably a few moments ago, it's a seismic event. It's the longest reigning monarch in British history who's left us at the age of 96, and it's not a surprise when someone of that age suffers ill health and eventually passes away. But what is left, of course, is the reflection on what was achieved and the kind of life that was led and the sense of duty and the sense of loyalty and, as Nick was saying, the sense of humility, which seems rather bizarre to say for a monarch, but someone who had a sense of service to others. And this was a theme that was repeated so often in the Queen's statements at great milestones in her life, and those 4 great jubilees, where she underlined the notion of service, to be at the service of the people, and to appreciate the fact that people were loyal to her as a monarch, and appreciated the fact that she was of, well, incalculable value in terms of her service to Britain, having come to the throne at such a young age and with very little experience. At the age of 25, when she didn't expect to be in that position at all, her father suddenly dying in his 50s. A terrible blow, and then a huge burden for the young Queen to be bearing. But she did so, and with a strong sense of what the monarchy was meant to be, the sense that her father had shared with her. And as we said earlier, for those considering the nature of the reign, the longest reign in British history, it was in many senses a continuation of the reign of George VI. The crowds at the palace will have seen this formal announcement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen Consort will be staying at Balmoral tonight and will be returning to London tomorrow. And that is the formal announcement to the world in the traditional way, the printed statement being fixed to the railings of Buckingham Palace. And that, when we see that, Nick, that is the chapter completed.
And the vehicles there outside Buckingham Palace are stopping. The word will be reaching people. People will be very shocked, I think, by this. I think it is very hard to take it in. But there is, as you say, the news. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. So presumably she must have died before the members of her family arrived at Balmoral, but they will have known, as they drove in through the gates, they will have known that the Queen, their mother or their grandmother, had died. It doesn't make any reference as to whether the King was at her bedside, but we do know that Charles and Camilla had travelled across to Balmoral Castle, so one presumes that they will have been there at the end. And the Princess Royal as well, one must assume, though they have not said that. And of course there will be many arrangements, but before the arrangements there will be all the tributes. And those will be on a scale that we have really not seen before.
No. They've started, Nick, already, as you can imagine. President Biden, the White House, he and his wife saying our hearts and thoughts go to the Queen's family and the British people, of course, coming from our strongest ally. So you'd expect the statement to be warm and sincere, as it is. But as you say, Nick, it'll be just the start of countless tributes from world leaders, religious leaders, and of course, I think it's right to say this, from millions of people, from ordinary people who will want to be sharing their sense of loss.
Yes, yes, and that sense of loss will be deep and it will be widespread. As we've both been saying, people will feel a personal loss, that a person who they in some way knew or felt they knew has gone, who was always there, who was this reassuring presence, this embodiment of stability and continuity, and who personified the unity of the United Kingdom. It is, as I think you used the word, it is a seismic event in terms of the United Kingdom. And of course it, I think, will rather add to that sense of flux that we have at the moment.
Yes.
Of political change with a new Prime Minister, of economic crisis with all the energy costs, gosh. Who's giving a thought to that huge statement that the new Prime Minister made in the House of Commons today about that it's war in Europe. Well, the monarchy, in one of those hard to put your finger on ways, is a stabilising and unifying force, and that will be the challenge now for Charles as king, and he, I'm sure, will want to act quickly. He will lead the mourning for his mother, for the Queen, but he will, I'm sure, also want to just indicate that he understands what is required as a constitutional monarch. He has already indicated that he does completely understand that it is a different role, that he will have to give up his interventions, but I think that he will reign in a slightly different way. I mean, the fundamentals are the same, but each monarch brings something of their own personality to the role. And I think that Charles will try to continue his interest in some of those issues without in any way allowing politics or a political scope to come into it.
I'm told, Nick, that we are expecting a statement from the new king fairly shortly. So when we have that, we'll bring it right away. And as we look at these rather nice images of Her Majesty, of course engaged in the endless official engagements that she's done over the years, it's worth bringing in as well some remarks from the Dutch royal family, because the British royal family and the Dutch royal family have enjoyed close relations over the years. The Dutch royal family is saying, "We remember Queen Elizabeth II with deep respect and with great affection. Steadfast and wise, she dedicated her long life to serving the British people. We feel a strong bond." This is the King of the Netherlands. "We feel a strong bond with the United Kingdom and its royal family, and we share their sorrow at this time. And we're very grateful for our country's close friendship, to which Queen Elizabeth made such an unforgettable contribution. King Willem Alexander and Queen Maxima and Princess Beatrix of the Netherlands offering their tributes." Just worth underlining the scale and the importance and the impact of what we are reporting today. It is a huge milestone in the history of the United Kingdom. The fact that the Queen, who was crowned back in 1953, has died peacefully at Balmoral in Scotland this afternoon. The King, that is King Charles, and the Queen Consort will be staying at Balmoral this evening, and then we will be expecting them to return to London tomorrow. And that's a statement also expected from the new King sometime in the next maybe 20 minutes or so. But these images remind us of those happy days which really were just set the foundations really for a hugely successful and productive reign. Coronation Day back in 1953, Queen Elizabeth, Queen Mother, just on the right hand side there, the Duke of Edinburgh, just behind her, the Queen, the young Queen, became Queen at the age of 25, acknowledging the huge crowd that had gathered on Coronation Day back in 1953. Well, we're looking at the woman who would become the longest reigning monarch in the history of the United Kingdom. And here we are in 2022, reporting on the Queen's death at the age of 96. Buckingham Palace formally making that announcement a short while ago, saying that the Queen, whose health was a matter of a bulletin earlier today, the doctors expressing their concern, being died peacefully at Balmoral during the course of this evening. We don't have a precise time, but we do know that several members of the royal family were at Balmoral, and they were no doubt in a meeting with the doctors and the experts when they got there. And indeed the news came fairly soon after their arrival that Her Majesty had indeed passed away at the age of 96. Earlier today, they were saying that she was being kept comfortable in Balmoral. There was no sign of any move to hospital, no sign of any further intervention by doctors in a different kind of facility. All the care was being done at Balmoral itself. And indeed, a few hours later came the very sad news, which will affect many millions of people, that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was died at the age of 96, having lost her husband, Prince Philip, back in 2021. And on the Queen's death, we now have a new king. Prince Charles will become King Charles, possibly, with a consort who will be the Queen Consort, known as the Duchess of Cornwall. Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the longest serving monarch in the history of the United Kingdom. and a commanding presence in British public life for more than 8 decades. She died at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire today at the age of 96. The Queen's eldest son, Charles, at the age of 73, has become king. Within the past few minutes, Buckingham Palace released this formal statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. We're expecting a statement from the new King fairly shortly. We're also expecting a statement from the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who visited the Queen in Balmoral just a couple of days ago and was able to accept the invitation to form a government in that audience, where the Queen seemed to be smiling broadly and looked very focused on the task at hand, albeit looking rather frail. Well, that was 2 days ago, and yesterday came the news that she was unable to fulfil an appointment with the Privy Council. That's the senior ministers in the new government of Liz Truss. It was to be an online meeting, but nonetheless, the Queen was judged to be too tired. She needed to rest. She wasn't well. And the doctor suggested last evening that that meeting should not be held. She was resting last night. And by this morning, indeed, late morning, the Queen's doctors were clearly very concerned that the Queen's condition had deteriorated very rapidly. And then by lunchtime, we had the statement that her health was causing particular concern. And then we saw the members of the family arriving at Balmoral. Shortly after that, within the past half hour or so, came the formal statement that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at the age of 96. Statements from lots of world leaders. We'll come to them in a second. The President of the Irish Republic, for example, Michael D. Higgins. The Queen visited the Irish Republic back in 2011. She was the first British monarch to visit the Irish Republic. It was a hugely successful meeting. Got a very warm welcome there. Her Majesty, says President Higgins, served the British people with exceptional dignity. Her personal commitment to her role and extraordinary sense of duty were the hallmarks of her period as Queen, which will hold a unique place in British history. There aren't many who will disagree with that. That's President Michael Higgins of the Republic of Ireland. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, has just issued this statement, which of course will be welcomed by Charles as the new King as well. He says, "May Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace and rise in glory." Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury. As she had done before, she reminded us of a deep truth about ourselves, says the Archbishop. We are a people of hope who care for one another. A very warm tribute and a sincere tribute from the Archbishop himself. I think we can bring a little more from the Archbishop, and it's a very eloquent tribute, as you'd imagine, from Justin Welby. "It's with profound sadness," says the Archbishop, "that I join the nation, the Commonwealth and the world in mourning the death of Her late Majesty the Queen. My prayers are with the King and with the royal family. May God draw near them and comfort them in the days and weeks and months ahead." The Archbishop goes on, "As we grieve together, we know that in losing our beloved Queen, we have lost the person whose steadfast loyalty, service and humility has helped us make sense of who we are through decades of extraordinary change in our world, our nation and society. And as deep as our grief runs, even deeper is our gratitude for Her late Majesty's extraordinary dedication to the United Kingdom, her realms and the Commonwealth. Through times of war and hardship, says the Archbishop, through seasons of upheaval and change, and through moments of joy and celebration, we have sustained by Her late Majesty's faith in what and who we are called to be. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, with that moving statement. We also have a statement from the King, from Charles, who became king on the death of his mother. And Charles says this: "We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world." The tribute there by the new king, by Charles, who became king immediately on his mother's death. So the tone, as one would expect, is loving, it's warm, it's respectful, and it just underlines the affection in which the Queen was held. We are expecting the Prime Minister in just a moment, Nick, but that statement was moving, wasn't it?
It was, yes. My beloved mother, a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all the members of my family. Interesting that it's not signed as King Charles. There's no name on it. It has been suggested that he might take another name as king, but I suspect it'll be tomorrow before we learn that. But yes, it's quite hard to sum up the profound nature of this moment, isn't it, really? They have lost their mother or their grandmother. They must grieve privately, but Charles must now begin to assert himself and begin his reign. I'm sure he will travel around the country. He will... I mean, this is challenging. It would be challenging for anybody. And we're about, clearly, to hear now from the Prime Minister.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, And as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who was installed at Downing Street just a couple of days ago, having met the Queen in that audience, really presenting her own tribute with some personal elements in that, but also revealing something which we were hoping to hear, either from the Prime Minister or from the Palace, which is that Charles will be known as King Charles III, Nick, and that is at least confirming the title that he has adopted.
Yep, that answers that question. And of course, for him, for Charles, there will be conflicting emotions at this moment. There is the great sadness that he refers to in his statement of the loss of his mother. But at the same time, this is the moment when he finally achieves his destiny. He is the oldest and longest serving heir apparent in British history. He will be the oldest person to become king in British history. Previously, the oldest person was William IV, who became king in 1830, aged 64. Well, Charles is 73. And he will know that this is a challenge for anybody to step into the position so successfully occupied for so many years by Elizabeth II. And he has had a long time to think about this. He's never spoken about it publicly because that really would not be appropriate. The only clue he has given is that he fully understands that the role of monarch is different to that of Prince of Wales. So he has assured people that he will not meddle, which is the one great concern that people have had about him. It was the one area in which, one area among many, that the Queen, Elizabeth, was so successful. She understood the limits, what a monarch needed to do, how far a monarch could go. And Charles, one can be confident, also must understand that. So he will reign in his own way, but within the constraints of the constitutional monarchy. So he understands that, though he may, I think, attempt to be a little bit more proactive than the Queen has been throughout, or the Queen was throughout her reign. He, I think, will attempt to use the convening powers. But that, again, that is really all for the future. He will, I think, travel around the country. He will want to establish himself, want to lead the nation's mourning for his mother, now that the reign...
Nothing. You might have to use that earpiece.
Oh, really?
If we haven't got anything, what do we want to do?
Literally listen to the talk back on open talk back, yeah? Okay.
Well,
if you lose comms...
Come back. It's back now, yeah? Just keeping you on your toes.
Anything else you want us to do on my way? Shut me up some more?
Yeah, do you want that?
Actually, I'll go along to see that one again.
So, I made up for it. Right. There is more chocolate. Nuts. Yeah, not only chocolate. Is there anything that we can do? And the mess stuff, see? And the bottom.
Yeah.
Don't focus. Then you blame me.
No, we can't. But we put it on one of our fellow broadcasters.
Don't even want it.
Say that again, Brilliant. Okay. Get it. Thanks so much, Helen. Cheers. Alright, thanks.